In the ring, we have Class 1, Landon Gould.
Well, good morning here. Young man brings a really nice dairy heifer out to start our show. We appreciate the length that this heifer exhibits from the tip of her nose to her tail. Walks out on a good set of feet and legs, and just is a tremendous dairy heifer that has a lot to appreciate and is well deserving of a blue ribbon. Congratulations.
Our judge today is Ryan Benter, a native of Brownstown, Indiana. Ryan was raised on a small family dairy farm where he grew up milking and showing Holsteins, Brown Swiss, Ayrshires, and milking Shorthorns alongside his family. That shared passion for dairy cattle continues today at the Benter family farms, where he remains actively involved in breeding, raising, and exhibiting cattle at the county, state, and national levels. He and his family have been fortunate to exhibit several nominated All Americans, as well as multiple All Americans and Reserve All Americans. Ryan was a 10-year 4 H member, participating in both the dairy and beef projects. He graduated from Purdue University with a degree in agricultural business management and competed as a member of the 2018 Purdue Dairy Judging Team. Today, he coaches the Jackson County Dairy Judging Team and serves as a dedicated 4 H volunteer. Ryan has served as a judge for both the Indiana State Dairy Judging Contest and the National FFA Dairy Judging Contest. He has judged numerous county fairs across Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky. And in the past 2 years, he has had the honor of serving as an official dairy judge at the Indiana State Fair, Kentucky State Fair, and the North American International Livestock Exposition. Ryan is passionate about supporting youth programs and helping exhibitors develop their knowledge, skills, and appreciation for the dairy industry. Here in the ring, we have Class 2 Brown Swiss with Nicole Hensley and Colton Beeman.
Here in our brown Swiss March heifer calf class, I'm going to go ahead and start with the young man's heifer. Just gives me a little more strength, especially up there in the front end. Shows me a little more spring, arch, depth, and openness to that rib today. And I'm going to give her the slight advantage in blending from neck to shoulder and shoulder to body. Taking nothing away from this young lady's beautiful dairy feminine heifer coming out here in second. It's an April born calf, so it's got a slight age disadvantage, but a heifer that I think as time goes on will get a little more substance to her and can compete with the young man's. Congratulations.
For Class 2 Brown Swiss, first place went to Colton Beeman. Second place, Nicole Hensley. In the ring now, we have Class 3 Holsteins with Heavenly Tyler, Arlo Manley, and Emma Reddick.
Here in our December heifer calf class, we got two beautiful heifers to start off the class today. But for me, the young lady that's going to win the class, her heifer just shows me a little more width all the way through. She's deep and wide in that chest and carries that width all the way through her hooks, pins, and thurls. We really appreciate the style and balance of this heifer, especially as she gets out on the move, tracking on a good set of feet and legs. Taking nothing away from this young lady's beautiful feminine heifer here in second, shows us a lot of the dairy qualities that we like to see, the long dairy neck, the blending of parts, and just a beautiful heifer to come into second. But it's her size, her scale, and her length from the tip of her nose to her tail that gets us over this really nice made heifer here in third. This heifer here in third just needs a little more time to get a little bit more feed into her and grow to kind of compete with our two class winners today. Congratulations.
Exiting the ring is Class 3 Holsteins. In first place, Heavenly Tyler. Second, Emma Reddick. And third, Arlo Manley. Entering the ring is Class 4 Jerseys with Levi Stevenson.
Starting off our Jersey heifer show, we have a beautiful made heifer, a heifer that has so much style, so much balance, and so much substance. We really appreciate the depth and openness to that rib today. She's tracking out on a very good set of feet and legs, and just a heifer that could stand quite a bit of competition as she moves on down the road. Congratulations.
First place jersey is Levi Stevenson. Entering the ring is Class 5 Brown Swiss Winter Calf with Jessica Reilly.
Here in our brown Swiss December heifer calf class, just one entry, but a heifer that there's a lot to like. We love the sweep and openness to the rib, the flatness and levelness of that rump structure. She tracks out on a good set of feet and legs and shows us a lot of dairiness and femininity all the way through. Just a really nice heifer and well deserving of a blue ribbon today. Congratulations.
In first place, we have Jessica Reilly. Entering the ring now, we have Class 6 Holstein Winter Calves with Kelsey Veldhusen, Haley Summerfield, and Audrey Pruitt. We would like to take a moment to thank our fair sponsors, starting with our platinum sponsors, Tipmont, Cargill, Visit West Lafayette and Lafayette, Exterior View Incorporated, Keystone Cooperative, McAllister's Rental. A big round of applause for our platinum sponsors.
Here in our Holstein December heifer calf class, I'm not starting off the class with the biggest heifer, but she is the dairyest heifer. She shows us the most prominence over that top line, shows us that long dairy neck that we like to see. And when the young lady gets that heifer set up, I think she is the most structurally correct heifer in the class today. But she uses that dairiness and femininity to get over this nice, well grown December 21st calf here in second. We appreciate the size, the scale, and the overall strength that this heifer has. And she's just a little bit cleaner there in her withers today to get over this really nice, strong, powerful heifer here in third. Heifer in third, we appreciate the size and length. Just would like to make her a little more dairy, especially in her front end, and maybe walk a little bit straighter on those rear legs. But three very nice heifers. Congratulations.
Exiting the ring is Class 6 winner calf Holsteins. In first place was Audrey Pruitt. Second, Kelsey Veldhusen. And third, Haley Summerfield. In the ring now is Class 7 starter steers weighing 349 to 449 pounds with Caroline Lehman, Marshall Lehman, and Maylee Mullendor.
Here in our first class of feeder steers, I'm going to go ahead and start with the young lady steer on the end. Probably the smallest frame steer in the class. He's just a little stouter made in his front end, and we really appreciate the way that he carries that mass and muscle all the way through. And he uses his smaller frame and that mass to get over this bigger frame steer here in second. Taking nothing away from this steer in second, we really appreciate the qualities that he shows us. Maybe would like just a little more width all the way through to compete with our class winner, but it uses the way that he tracks out on those rear feet and legs. Get over this nice made steer here in third. Steer here in third just needs a little more time to get that mass, muscle, and composition that we like to see in our steers. But three very nice steers. Congratulations.
For Class 7 starter steers, in first place was Caroline Lehman, second, Marshall Lehman, and third, Maylee Mollendor. Entering the ring now is Class 8 Brown Swiss Fall Calves. We would like to take a moment to thank our gold sponsors, Rural King, Rayco Realty, Franklin Pest Solutions, Farmers National Company, First Source Bank, Canoe Apparel, J.L. Blacker Farms, Family Meats, Farm Credit, and FBI Buildings.
Here in our brown Swiss September heifer calf class, we got few beautiful heifers, and for me, when I in terms of when I'm looking to run a dairy judging practice, I try and get classes of four and try and teach my young judges about what I like. And to me, the two heifers on the left end here, they have what I would call they're tall in their frame. They're super dairy, just minor differences. But the young lady's going to win the class today. Just a heifer that gives me a little bit more uphill run, a little more length and extension in that neck, and shows me just a little bit more smoothness of blending of parts. Taking nothing away from the young man's heifer here in second. This is a very, very nice heifer in her own right. I appreciate the spring arch and openness to that rib. Just a heifer that like to make a little more taller and upstanding, especially up there in the shoulder. But a heifer that shows me a lot of strength and quality all the way through. It is that depth and openness to her rib that gets us over this nice dairy heifer here in third. Heifer here in third, she's going to use her dairiness to get over this more, what I would call an old school type heifer that shows us a lot of strength in fourth. Heifer in fourth just needs a little more time to get a little more femininity in that front third and just show us a little more depth and openness to that rib today to compete with our class winners. Congratulations.
For Class 8 Brown Swiss, in first place, we had Lillian Beeman. Second, Adam Reilly. Third, Caroline Kane. And fourth, Corbin Bullhofer. Entering the ring now, we have Class 9 Holsteins with Charlie Barrett, Avery Sinesol, Ayana Tyler, Emma Verhey, Riley Nelson, Cecilia Pearl, and Claire Ford. We would like to take a moment to thank our silver sponsors, Beck's, Homewood Suites by Hilton, the Stables Event Center, the Andersons, Final Boss Rentals, First Farmers Bank and Trust, Longhorn Lawn and Landscape, Exploration Acres, and G Farm and Land, Real Estate and Auctions. Thank you so much.
Here in our class of September heifer calf calves of the Holstein breed, we got a heifer that's starting off with the class that has what I would call the least amount of holes. We appreciate the dairiness of this heifer, the substance of that barrel, and the way that she handles on those rear feet and legs, and where she has that advantage in the center of body is what wins the class over this very nice silky made black heifer here in second. Heifer here in second, we appreciate the long dairy neck, the way that she holds herself together. And more than anything, she has a little bit more balance from end to end when viewed from the side than our very nice heifer here in third. Heifer here in third, we appreciate the dairiness and femininity that this heifer has from end to end. We would just like to see her just a little bit taller there at the point of the withers to compete with our two class winners. But it's her dairiness and the way that she tracks out on those feet and legs that gets us over this very nice speckled heifer here in fourth. Heifer in fourth, I've missed maybe not the flashiest heifer from the side profile, but a heifer that once the young gets her set up. You know, we really appreciate the way the tall, upstanding front end and the way that this heifer holds herself together. But she uses her overall femininity to get over this nice, well-grown heifer in fifth. Heifer in fifth, we appreciate the skies, the scale, and the maturity. Just would maybe like to see that heifer just a little more dairy to compete with our class winners. But overall, just a great class of fall heifer calf Holsteins. Congratulations.
For Class 9 Holstein Fall Calves, in first place, we have Ayana Tyler. Second, Cecilia Pearl. Third, Emma Verhey. Fourth, Charlie Barrett. Fifth, Avery Sinesal. Sixth, Claire Ford. And seventh, Riley Nelson. In the ring now, we have Class 10 Brown Swiss Summer Yearling with Jessica Reilly and Melanie Barrett.
Here in our brown Swiss heifer calf class, we got a pretty handy winner, in my opinion. Just a heifer that we love from end to end. She's tall, so long, so dairy, walks out on a good set of feet and legs, and just a heifer that could stand quite a bit of competition. Taking nothing away from our heifer here in second, I told the young lady this is probably the best toed heifer that I've seen in the class. She's so steep in that toe, and the way that she tracks out on those rear two, there's just a lot to appreciate in that heifer. But to compete with our winner, we just need to see a little bit more size, scale, and overall dairiness. But two very good heifers in their own right. Congratulations.
For Class 10 Brown Swiss Summer Yearling, in first place, we have Jessica Reilly, and in second, Melanie Barrett. In the ring now, we have Class 11 Jersey Summer Yearling with Levi Stevenson.
Just a single entry in our Jersey summer yearling heifer calf class. But boy, what a nice heifer the young man brings out. This heifer has the uphill run that we like to see. She's stylish, she's balanced, walks out on a good set of feet and legs, and just has so much substance capacity to her midsection. Just a heifer that could stand quite a bit of competition, and the young man should be very proud of. Congratulations.
Leaving the ring was our first place summer yearling jersey, Levi Stevenson. Now in the ring, we have a Class 12 starter steers weighing 457 to 488 pounds with Henry Vaughn, John Vaughn, and Delaney Hayward. We would like to take a moment to thank our bronze sponsors 21 Petals, Mulberry Feed and Supply, Tony and Monica O'Neill, Prairie Farms, Triple X Restaurant, Security Federal Savings Bank, Angie Fitzmore Stuckey Realtor, Greg and Sierra Dice Family, Vaughn Tobel, Reed Rocks and Mulch, Two Guys Catering, Eric Moore, 3B Livestock Supply, and Rainey Moore Kiefer Real Estate.
Here in our second class of feeder steers, I think the young man steer wins the class pretty handily. I think he's the most correct steer. once he gets out and on the move. We really appreciate the way that he handles on those feet and legs. He's a little bit more moderate in his frame. He's a little bit wider in that chest. And I think where he has the major advantage over our second place steer is he just gives me more overall width when viewed from behind. Taking nothing away from our nice made steer here in second, there's a lot to appreciate. He gives us some mass and muscle. Told the young man just a steer that needs a little more time to kind of develop, and I think he'll make a nice project for him. But the way that he handles out on his feet and legs gets us over this very well groomed steer here in third. Steer here in third's just favoring that back right leg a little more than I care for, and maybe has just a little bit more of the dairy qualities that we're not really looking for in these steers. But the young lady does a tremendous job presenting this animal to us today. Congratulations.
For Class 12 starter steers, in first place, we had Henry Vaughn, second, John Vaughn, and third, Delaney Haywood. In the ring now, we have Class 13 Brown Swiss Spring Yearling with Kaylin Beeman.
Just a single entry here in our spring yearling brown Swiss class, but what a powerful, strong heifer the young lady brings out to us today. Just has so much strength, so much power, and she carries that all the way through. If I'd like to change anything about this heifer, we might maybe like to just carry a little less condition across the withers and the top line, but very nice project for the young lady. Congratulations.
Class 13 Brown Swiss, first place, Kaylin Beeman. In the ring now, we have our grand champion Guernsey, exhibited by Claire Ford. Our Guernsey Grand Champion banner is sponsored by James Cole Elementary School Parent Teacher Organization.
Just one Guernsey here in our show today, but what a beautiful dairy feminine individual. We love the length of this heifer, the size and the scale, and just a heifer that's made super nice in her rump. Just a representation of the Guernsey breed, and it's a shame that she doesn't have any competition. Congratulations.
Exiting the ring is our grand champion Guernsey, exhibited by Claire Ford. Entering the ring, we have our Class 15 Spring Yearling Holsteins with Riley Goodwin, Mia Goodwin, and Madison Hayes. We would like to take a moment to thank our Miss Tippecanoe County Queen Court for being here today.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michaela Spray, and I am Miss Tippecanoe County 2026. Today, I'm joined by Miss Tippecanoe County first runner-up, Adrienne Tolan, Miss Tippecanoe County third runner-up, Katie Ford, and Miss Congeniality, Abby Griffiths.
Here in our Holstein heifer yearling class, I'm going to go ahead and start with the white speckled heifer. I think she's the most correct heifer in the class. I really appreciate the width between the hocks as she tracks away from me. And as we view her from the side profile, I think she's the most balanced and complete heifer in the class, which puts her up into that first spot. Taking nothing away from this nice, well-grown heifer here in second. We appreciate the length from end to end, and she uses that dairiness and length to get over this heifer here in third. Heifer here in third, I really appreciate the way that she walks out on those feet and legs. Just gets kind of bunched up there in her front third. We just like to give her a little more length and extension to that neck and just blend a little bit more smoothly from part to place any higher. Congratulations.
For Class 15 Spring Yearling Holsteins, in first place, we have Madison Hayes. Second, Riley Gooden. And third, Mia Goodwin. Entering the ring now, we have Class 16 Junior Champion Milking Shorthorn, exhibited by Landon Gould.
Here's starting off our Milk and Shorthorn show. Just a beautiful entry that the young man has. Just a heifer that shows us a lot of strength and width all the way through. And a heifer that just walks out and tracks on a tremendous set of feet and legs. Just a well representation of the Shorthorn breed. Congratulations.
Our Junior Champion Milking Shorthorn is exhibited by Landon Gould. Our next class is our Brown Swiss Winter Yearlings, Class 17, with Shelby Veldheisen.
Here in our Brown Swiss Winter Yearling class, just a single entry, but a heifer that there's a lot to love. We have a beautiful frame Swiss. We love the length and extension in the neck, the sweep and the openness to the rib, and a heifer that's well deserving of a blue ribbon and could stand quite a bit of competition. Congratulations.
Our first place Brown Swiss Winter Yearling was exhibited by Shelby Veldheisen. Entering the ring now, we have Class 18 Holstein Winter Yearlings with Alexis Wallace, Jacob Lohmeyer, Piper Sinesol, and Tessa Pruitt. We'd also like to thank our little mister, second runner up, for being here today.
My name is Ethan.
We'd also like to thank our little miss, first runner up, Bianca.
Here in our Holstein yearling class, we're going to start off with the class, what I think is the most complete and balanced heifer. A heifer that when the young lady gets this heifer out and about, just has so much style and balance. I'll be the first to admit she's probably not the dairiest heifer in the class, but it's the way that she handles on those feet and legs and her balance that gets us over this nice, tall, upstanding heifer here in second. Heifer here in second, we really appreciate the front end on this heifer. If we'd like to change this heifer anywhere, we'd like to make it a little harder over that top line. But it's that uphill run and that femininity that gets us over this nice heifer here in third. Young man's doing a tremendous job, trying to handle this heifer. Kind of joked with the young man. I was glad that he had his Wheaties this morning to be able to kind of operate with this animal. But just a heifer that we'd like to see a little bit harder over that top line and show us a little more depth and openness. But it's her length from end to end that gets us over this nice compact heifer here in third or fourth. Fourth heifer, we just like to see a little more dairy and feminine and track out on a better set of feet and legs to compete with the other heifers today. Congratulations.
For Class 18 Holstein Winter Yearlings, in first place, we have Alexis Wallace. Second, Piper Sinesol. Third, Jacob Lohmeyer. And fourth, Tessa Pruitt. In the ring now, we have Class 19 starter steers weighing 584 to 662 pounds with Jessica and Adam Reilly.
Two beautiful steers we have in this class, and I'm going to go ahead and start with the young man's brown Swiss. Just a steer that I think is the more complete steer, especially when viewed from behind. He gives me just a little bit more width and mass all the way through. I told the young lady I really love the frame on this smaller made steer. He's a freight train up there in that front end. I think this steer just needs a little more time, and I think this steer will finish out just fine for the young lady. But two beautiful steers here. Congratulations.
In first place, we had Adam Reilly. In second place, Jessica Reilly. Entering the ring now, we have Class 20 Brown Swiss Fall Yearlings with Austin Hensley and Cecilia Pearl.
Here in our Brown Swiss senior yearling class, we got two different day makes and models, but I'm going to go ahead and use the taller, more dairy heifer here that the young lady is going to lead out for us. Just has a decisive advantage at the point of the withers in terms of height. It's so much longer from end to end. And I prefer the way that her rump is more nearly level and taking nothing away from the young man's nice, strong, powerful heifer here in second. Just would like to see a little more depth and openness to that rib today and level her out in that rump to compete with our class winner. Congratulations.
Our first place Brown Swiss fall yearling was Cecilia Pearl. Second place, Austin Hensley. In the ring now, we have Class 21 Holstein Fall Yearlings, exhibited by Emma Verhey and Johnny Barrett.
Here in our Holstein fall yearling class, I'm going to go ahead and start with the young ladies heifer here. I think in terms of straightness of lines, this heifer is ideal. You know, she's straighter and harder over that top, more level from hooks to pins, and we really appreciate the uphill run that this heifer has today. Taking nothing away from the young man's second place heifer, a heifer that I really, really love, that long dairy neck. Just would like to see her more nearly level from those hooks to pins and just show us a little more strength in terms of a top line when we're competing with our class winner today. Congratulations.
Class 21 Fall Yearling Holsteins, first place, Emma Verhey. Second place, Johnny Barrett. In the ring now, we have Class 22 Brown Swiss 2-year-old, exhibited by Adam Reilly. We'd also like to thank our little miss, second runner up,
Hallie.
Hallie.
Out here to start our milking show classes. The young man brings a beautiful 2-year-old, fresh since December, but she's smooth and silky hided. Shows us so much sweep and openness to that rib. We get to the mammary system, and she's just wearing a beautiful udder, snugly attached in that fore udder. Shows us a lot of width to that rear udder, and just so much veination and chrome to that mammary system. Just a cow that the young man should be very proud of and could stand quite a bit of competition. Congratulations.
Our first place, Brown Swiss 2-year-old, was exhibited by Adam Reilly. Entering the ring now, we have class 23, Jersey Unfresh 2-year-old, exhibited by Henry Graves.
Here in our Jersey 2-year-old class, just one entry, but a cat or a unfresh 2-year-old that we really appreciate for her length from end to end. Shows us a lot of dairiness and substance. Just how that we'd like to see fresh and in milk. But the young man does a tremendous job leading her out here for us today. Congratulations.
Class 23, first place, Henry Graves. In the ring now, we have class 24, Finnish steers, weighing 1,503 pounds to 1,518 pounds, exhibited by Adam and Jessica Reilly.
Here in our fat steer show, we got two very, very beautiful steers, but the one steer wins pretty handily for me. The young man's Holstein steer just has so much mass, muscle, and width all the way through. I really appreciate the view that he gives me when I look across that top line. Just a steer that's made the right way. And I think what his biggest advantage over our brown Swiss steer is the way that he holds himself together. He tracks out on a great set of feet and legs. And just in terms of overall balance, he's a more balanced steer. Taking nothing away from the young lady's brown Swiss steer. I love the front third on this steer. Just would like to see him hold himself a little bit together across the top line and maybe just see him walk on a little bit better set of feet and legs. But two very, very nice steers to both be our champion and reserve fat steers today. Congratulations.
In first place with our champion finish steer, we have Adam Reilly. That banner is sponsored by Brian and Crystal Reilly. In second place with our reserve champion finish steer, we have Jessica Reilly, whose banner was sponsored by Steve and Jeannie Plantinga. Entering the ring now, we have Class 25 Brown Swiss 4-year-old, exhibited by Lillian Beeman.
Here in our brown Swiss 4-year-old cow class, just one entry, but a cow that is a very tall made cow. Shows us a lot of size, scale, and maturity. She's so strong and hard across that top line. Shows us so much length from end to end. Gives us a lot of width to that mammary system and shows us a nice medial suspensory ligament. Just a cow that's well deserving of a blue ribbon today. Congratulations.
Our Class 25 first place went to Lillian Beeman. In the ring now, we have Class 26 Senior Champion Milking Shorthorn Aged Cow, exhibited by Rylan Hamilton.
Just one cow in our milking shorthorn cow class, and we've got a beautiful aged cow that the young man brings out, 7 years old, and she stood the test of time. Shows us so much dariness from end to end. We appreciate the sweep to the rib, the levelness of the rump. Just a cow that we would like to see fresh and in milk, but just a great representation of the milking shorthorn breed. Congratulations.
Class 26, first place, Rylan Hamilton. Entering the ring now, we have Class 27, Junior Champion Brown Swiss.
Let's go ahead and give all our brown Swiss heifer exhibitors a huge round of applause. We've had a great brown Swiss show today, and I pulled five out that are my making kind. They're tall in their own right. They're very dairy from end to end, walking on good set of feet and legs, and just well representations of the Swiss breed. But for me today, there was one that came out, and when she was in class, she's just so stylish. She's so balanced. Just has such a good set of feet and legs. Young lady, summer yearling here in the middle is going to win today. Just what a beautiful heifer. The way that this heifer tracks out, the dairiness. I can't say enough nice things about this heifer. For reserve, it gets just a little bit closer today, and we're looking between our December calf and our junior yearling. But I feel like the one that probably most follows our junior champion. We're going to use your junior yearling as your reserve, and we're going to come down here with this nice, strong, powerful December calf as your honorable mention. Congratulations to all our Swiss heifer exhibitors.
Our junior champion, Brown Swiss, is exhibited by Jessica Reilly. Our reserve champion, Junior Brown Swiss, is exhibited by Shelby Veldheisen. Entering the ring now, we have Class 28, Senior Champion Brown Swiss.
Just two cows on our brown Swiss cow show, but two very, very quality cows, both wearing very good memory systems, getting out on functional sets of feet and legs. They're tall, they're long, they're dairy. But for me, there's one that's just a little bit snugger in her attachments, and I think is just pretty sporty cow. We're gonna go with this 2-year-old as your as your senior champion brown Swiss today. Just a cow that we love. She has so much strength, so much power, all while putting on a very good memory system today. Taking nothing away from the young lady's 4-year-old here. Again, a cow that we appreciate for her frame and her style. She'll be your reserve today. Congratulations.
Our Senior Champion Brown Swiss is exhibited by Adam Reilly. Reserve Champion Lillian Beeman. We are now on Class 29, Grand Champion Brown Swiss.
Well, we bring back our junior champions and our senior champions, and we got to select our overall grand champion. And we've got two cows that are putting in the time. They're in milking form, wearing good udders. We're going to use the young man senior champion as your grand champion, Brown Swiss. And then we're going to follow up with the young ladies cow here as your reserve grand. Let's give them one big round of applause. Congratulations.
Our reserve grand champion, Brown Swiss, is exhibited by Lillian Beeman. Her banner is sponsored by Clinks Lawn and Land. Grand champion Brown Swiss is exhibited by Adam Reilly. His banner is sponsored by Ellen Byers. In the ring now, we have our champion Holstein.
Give our Holstein exhibitors a huge round of applause. We've had a lot of Holsteins come through the ring today, and I pulled out the four that are kind of like my make and kind. Again, they have the term what I would call is dairy strength, the adequate amount of dairiness to overall power and substance. And for me today, there's one that I think for where she's at and her age and stage of the game, just kind of walks away with this. This young lady on the end here is going to be your junior champion. Congratulations. For reserve, it gets just a little bit. Give that lady a huge round of applause. I think the heifer just wanted to take a quick victory lap. But for our reserve today, it gets a little bit closer. But I'm going to go with our first place fall calf as your reserve junior champion today. And we're going to come down here for our senior yearling, our well-grown senior yearling is going to be honorable mention. Congratulations.
Our grand champion Holstein was exhibited by Heavenly Tyler, and our reserve champion went to Ayana Tyler. Our grand champion banner is sponsored by the Haywood family, and our reserve grand champion banner is sponsored by Sycamore Springs. In the ring now, we have Class 31 Grand Champion Jersey.
Let's go ahead and give our Jersey exhibitors a round of applause. Got three beautiful animals that very well represent the Jersey breed. Haven't had the biggest of Jersey numbers, but we've had a lot of quality in our show today. But for me today, the young man in the middle here with this summer yearling is going to win. Just so much style, so much balance. I just really love the dairiness of this heifer, and I just feel like she's probably the most complete heifer that's been in our show today. In terms of, for our reserve junior champion, I appreciate the young man bringing the unfresh 2-year-old, but I feel like our March heifer calf here most closely follows. So if you don't mind, give them one more big round of applause. Congratulations.
Our reserve grand champion jersey went to Jessica Reilly. Our grand champion jersey is exhibited by Levi Stevenson. His banner was sponsored by Greg and Amy Willoughby. Reserve champion jersey also goes to Levi Stevenson. In the ring now, we have Class 32, Grand Champion Milking Shorthorn.
Out here for our Melkin Shorthorn Grand Champion. We just had 2 entries in our show today, but 2 that are very good in their own right. You know, well representations of the Melkin Shorthorn breed. We got a lot of strength, we've got a lot of power, and a lot of style and balance. For me today, we've got one cow that's kind of stood the test of time. We're going to go ahead and use this young man's age cow as your Grand Champion. I just really, really appreciate the uphill run of this cow, the dairiness, and just the way that she handles on those feet and legs. Taking nothing away from the young man's beautiful maid heifer, she's a well-deserving reserve junior champion. Congratulations.
Our reserve Grand Champion Milking Shorthorn went to Landon Gould. Our Grand Champion Milking Shorthorn, Rylan Hamilton. His banner was sponsored by Marvelous Nails by Marina. In the ring now, we have Class 33 Champion Starter Steer.
Let's go ahead and give all our feeder steer exhibitors a big round of applause. Not the biggest feeder steer show, but have these kids out here working hard and got some really, really nice made steers that I think are going to finish out just fine and make a complete 4-H project for these young men and these young ladies. For me today, we're going to go ahead and use our Class 3 winner as your champion. I just really, really love the makeup of this steer. He's stout all the way around. We appreciate the mass and the width that he gives us, and it's just very hard to deny him from our champion today. In terms of our reserve, it was a very close placing in class. We're going to use the young lady's second place as our reserve grand. I think he follows most closely to our champion in terms of that mass and muscle and just the way that he tracks out on those rear legs. I think those 2 steers are going to finish out just fine. But congratulations to all our exhibitors.
Our reserve champion starter steer is exhibited by Jessica Reilly. Her banner is sponsored by Tim and Angie Goodwin. Champion starter steer is exhibited by Adam Reilly. His banner is sponsored by Lafayette Monument Company. We are now on Class 35, Grand Champion Steer.
Out here for your grand champion steer. We both bring back our fat champions and our starter champions. And for me today, there's one steer that hit me pretty hard. There's no denying that our fat steer is going to be your grand champion. I just love this steer, his make, his frame, just everything about this steer. I think he could be highly competitive, more than just at this county, just in the way that he's made. And I think that's the proper way that the dairy beef project is supposed to look. For reserve, I think it was a pretty close placing in class as well. We're going to go with the other young lady's fat steer to be your reserve. He's kind of got that same shape and make, just maybe would like to change him a little bit, but is more than deserving to be your reserve champion today. Congratulations.
Our reserve Grand Champion Dairy Steer is exhibited by Jessica Reilly. Her banner is donated by Corey Lane in memory of Lewis Lane. Our Grand Champion Dairy Steer is exhibited by Adam Reilly. His banner is sponsored by Tony and Tanya Rozorski, and his plaque is sponsored by Derek and Gretchen Bullhofer. Entering the ring now, we have Class 36, Supreme Champion Female.
Let's give our grand champions a huge round of applause. We've got all six dairy breeds represented out here, and that's a special thing. And you can travel all across the state of Indiana, and sometimes some fairs are lucky to have six head total. So it's a true compliment to you guys in your county. Not only do we have all six breeds represented, but these are beautiful, beautiful animals in their own right. I'll hop out here and get you a Supreme Champion and a Reserve, and I'll hop back on the mic. To me, this brown Swiss just has everything going right for her. We love the dairiness, the strength, and what a quality memory system, the snugness of the attachments, the veination, just a lot of nice things to say about that cow. She just walks away with your Supreme Champion. Taking nothing away from our Jersey that's going to be reserved. I love this heifer in her own right, just not quite in milking form to compete with our champion. But congratulations to all our grand champions.
Our reserve Supreme Champion female is exhibited by Rylan Hamilton. His banner is sponsored by Andy and Brenda Klinkhammer. Our Supreme Champion female is exhibited by Adam Reilly. His banner is sponsored in memory of Rich Win Farms by Linda Logan. And his plaque is sponsored by the Townsend family's Buttonwood Farms. We will now be taking a short break before showmanship. Showmanship will begin at 11:30. In the ring now, we have our mini 4-Hers, Sam Bond and Celeste Hodge. Could the Hensley family please come down and present the trophies to our mini 4-H dairy participants?
Out here for our mini showmanship. We just have two exhibitors, but these kids are out here having fun. I always enjoy this class. This is probably my favorite class to judge. This is going to be the future of your all's dairy show, and I appreciate this young man and young lady and coming out. They do a tremendous job, and like I said, they're out here, they're having fun, and I'm very glad that they came out here today. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Both of our mini 4-H dairy participants will be receiving a trophy sponsored by the Hensley family, Matthew and Lindsay. They are also receiving a banner sponsored by Prairie Farms and Beck's. Entering the ring now, we have our beginner showmanship class.
Let's go ahead and give our beginner showman a huge round of applause. We got four young individuals that it's their first year showing dairy, and they all do a tremendous job. For me, when it comes to showmanship, there's a lot of different things that I'm looking for. I'm looking for at what kind of speed and pace are you walking your animal at? How are you setting that animal up? You know, and in terms of that, you know, all of these animals have pros and cons, and you know, how are we exhibiting that animal to show the pros and trying to hide the cons? And all four of these kids do a great job. But for me, there's been one individual out here that's just done a tremendous job. She brings what I would call the right amount of intensity and seriousness to showmanship that it requires. And we're going to go with this young lady here with the pigtails is going to be your beginner showman. She just does an absolutely tremendous job. And, later on down the road, she's going to be one heck of a showman. But all four of these kids do a tremendous job. Congratulations.
Our beginner showman champion is Emma Reddig. Her banner is sponsored by Brett and Donna Beldheisen. The Outcires also sponsored a brush for each beginner showman this. Entering the ring now, we have our junior showmanship class. We would like to take a moment to thank the Reilly family for providing the premium money. We were able to provide premium money not only to first, second, and third place, but to all places in every class this state. Thank you to the Reilly family.
Let's go ahead and give our junior showman a huge round of applause. For the kids out in the middle, I just kind of gave them a little bit of constructive criticism on what I like to see, or if I saw something that they did that I'd like to change just a little bit. But I pulled out my honor group here, and I think these kids do a tremendous job. They know about where I'm at in the ring at all times. They're getting their animals set up properly, and having the proper head carriage and spacing that I like to see. But the longer that we went out here, there's just kind of one young man that didn't miss a beat. This young man with the jersey is going to be your champion today. He just does such a tremendous job, especially when we're out on the move. If you would have saw him when we took this first corner, he used the full amount of the ring and just does a tremendous job leading that jersey out and about. In terms of my other showman, in second place is going to be this young lady right here in the middle with the Holstein. Maybe would just like to see her keep that animal's legs underneath of her just a little bit, but she does a tremendous job. For third, we're going to use this young man down here. He just does an absolutely great job of holding this heifer's head up. He's got that high and proud, and I just really admire about that, the young man. And then the young lady down here at the end is going to be fourth. Congratulations.
In our junior showmanship class, our champion was Henry Grave. He received a belt buckle from Hamilton Creative Concrete and a banner from Jody Roller. In our honor group, we had Johnny Barrett, Avery Sinesol, and Piper Sinesol. They received gift cards for being in the honor group. Gift cards were sponsored by Chad and Aaron Verhey, Tony and Tonya Rozworski, and Mike and Kim Pinto. In the ring now, we have our intermediate showmanship class. Once again, we'd like to thank our judge, Ryan Benter. Ryan Benter is a native of Brownstown, Indiana. Ryan was raised on a small family dairy farm where he grew up milking and showing Holsteins, Brown Swiss, Ayrshires, and milking Shorthorns alongside his family. That shared passion for dairy cattle continues today at Benter Family Farms, where he remains actively involved in breeding, raising, and exhibiting cattle at the county, state, and national levels. He and his family have been fortunate to exhibit several nominated All Americans, as well as multiple All Americans and Reserve All Americans. Ryan was a 10-year 4 H member participating in both the dairy and dairy beef projects. He graduated from Purdue University with a degree in agricultural business management and competed as a member of the 2018 Purdue Dairy Judging Team. Today, he coaches the Jackson County Dairy Judging Team and serves as a dedicated 4 H volunteer. Ryan has served as a judge for both the Indiana State Dairy Judging Contest and the National FFA Dairy Judging Contest. He has judged numerous county fairs across Indiana, Ohio, and Kentucky, and in the past 2 years has had the honor of serving as an official dairy judge at the Indiana State Fair, Kentucky State Fair, and the North American International Livestock Exposition. Ryan is passionate about supporting youth programs and helping exhibitors develop their knowledge, skills, and appreciation for the dairy industry. Let's give a big hand to Ryan Benter, our judge today.
Let's go ahead and give our intermediate showman a big round of applause, please. So again, kind of taking nothing away from my showman here in the middle. They do a great job. Just little small parts and pieces, and some animals aren't quite cooperating the way that I'd like to see in showmanship. But I pulled out 4 very, very good showmen. If you kind of watch what I like to see, a calm, cool, collected showman that's also doing a good job, that doesn't get sped up or slowed down. They're just doing a tremendous job. But for me today, there's one individual out here. He just has a kind of demeanor to him that I like, and just has this heifer looking spot on. Young man with the jersey is going to be your champion showman. He just does a tremendous job, and he can show for me any day of the week. In a very, very close second, we're going to use this young lady right here. If you watch her, she's just keeping this animal tuned in at all times. The young lady with the Swiss just missed it by a few. She's going to be your third. And then we're going to come down here for the young lady with the steer as your fourth. Congratulations.
Our champion junior showman is Levi Stevenson. He is receiving a belt buckle sponsored by Hamilton Creative Concrete, as well as a small banner sponsored by Jody Roller. Each of our honor group members are getting a gift card. In our honor group, we have Kelsey Veldheisen, Melanie Barrett, and Levi Stevenson, and Delaney Haywood. Gift cards were sponsored by Jeff and Joyce Cole, Linda Logan in memory of Rich Win Farms, and Sally McGuire in memory of Wayne Berniger. Entering the ring now is our senior showmanship class.
Since we have a lot of exhibitors out here, I'm going to do my first skim over. So if I tell you to pull out, go ahead and pull on out. And then if I leave you in line, you're still in competition for showman. Let's go ahead and give our senior showman a huge round of applause. Again, this was a huge class. Had to kind of sift some out, and then unfortunately, I only can honor four showmen, so pulled out the four showmen that just kind of have what I like to see in terms of intensity and seriousness. They've got the correct bond with their animal, and taking nothing away. We've got some great showmen here in line. Just have some calves fighting individuals, or just kind of getting a little tired. And if you've ever shown dairy cattle, you know at this point in the day your shoulders starting to get sore, and it's just it's been a long day, and again, all of you do a good job. But for me today, again, there's kind of a certain feature that I like in my showman, and if there was a certain ingredient, I wish I could tell you all, but again, in terms of the way that you respond with your animal, this young lady down here with the brown Swiss is going to be your champion. She's calm, cool, collected, and I just really appreciate when she's on the move, the attention that she gives me. I think she's just a phenomenal showman. Young man here with the Swiss pushes her pretty hard. He does a good job too, but he'll be your second. Young lady down here with a nice Guernsey heifer will be your third. And then young man here with the Swiss will be your fourth. If you don't mind, give them one more big round of applause. Thank you.
Our honor group today is Adam Reilly, Corbin Bullhofer, and Claire Ford. Our senior showman champion is Shelby Veldheisen. Her belt buckle and banner are sponsored by Dan and Sally Dutton. The senior honor group all received a gift card. They were sponsored by the Hensley family, Jennifer Windler, and John and Shauna Pearl. In the ring now, we have our overall showmanship class with our champion beginner showman, champion junior, champion intermediate, and champion senior showman, as well as a returning champion from last year. As a reminder, following overall showmanship, we will be having an awards ceremony.
Let's go ahead and give all our showmen a huge round of applause. Again, I apologize for taking some time here, but to me, I think showmanship, other than the mini showman or mini 4-H'er show, it's probably the most important part of the show. Doesn't matter what your animal looks like. It's just what kind of work have you put in with that animal. Again, we've had a long show today. The cows are tired, but if we put in the work and the preparation beforehand, this should be a cakewalk. So that's my advice. And again, this is just strictly my opinion of what I look for in my showman. But if you guys have any questions, you guys have great leaders here in this county that you can consult and ask. Or I like to tell people, the dairy industry is just a little bit different. Go on down to the Indiana State Fair, watch how the showmen show there, and anybody's always willing to help. And more than anything, I don't want to delay this anymore. I appreciate you guys having me out here. I think we've got a great show, and you guys should be very, very proud of the animals that you've brought to me today and the showmen that have been out here. So, coming back up here to Lafayette, being a Purdue grad, brings up a lot of memories. And, I just appreciate you guys having me here. And I'll go select you. I'm really only supposed to select a champion and a reserve, but I'm going to go ahead and name an honorable mention just because I think that person deserves some recognition too.
Our reserve grand champion dairy showman is Shelby Veldheisen. She is receiving a large banner sponsored by Steve and Jeannie Plantinga in honor of Jill Plantinga. Our grand champion dairy showman is Jessica Reilly. She is receiving a belt buckle from Bob and Dania Kane, a large banner from the Tippecanoe County Dairy Boosters, and a plaque from Elizabeth Byers.
We're going to give a chance for the kids to get their animals back out, and then hopefully everybody will stay for our special awards. We have a very large group of 10-year members this year. Okay, as we slowly wrap up our show, basically, big thank you to each and every one of you. A couple things I want to do off the top of is when you do leave, please clean the stands as you go, and we need to clean the outside from the barn to here, and hopefully get all that cleaned up. Thank you to our helpers working the show. We had Maggie, we had John, Sally, Sean, Caitlin, Marina, Corey, Dan, Liz, and if I forgot somebody, I'm sorry for that, but thank you all for helping on our show. A big reply thank you to the Reillys for sponsoring the premiums that we have. The one that pays for this all is our dairy bar. So thank you to John and Shauna, Heather Meyer, and Rachel Barrett for stepping up and taking over for our working on our dairy bar for the future years. If they'd come out here, please. Emma with Chad and Aaron, Corbin with Derek and Gretchen, Caroline, Bob and Danya, Rylan, John and Jody, Cece, John and Shauna, Shelby, Brent and Donna. If you would all please come out here. While they're making their way out, we would like to say our outstanding dairy exhibitor this year goes to Adam Reilly. So if Adam would please come up. You'll get here. Adam Reilly, please come for a second. Just come up. Act like you're interested. So as I said, receiving a $50 check and the Outstanding Exhibitor Award goes to Adam Reilly. I think he had a pretty good day, champion steer and champion female. So congratulations on that. And Shelby. Shelby, Veldhuizen's, anywhere in the bathroom? And Cece? I've got the one that matters. Pardon? I'm good. I'll do it afterward. So as we say, we always try to make this a family affair. First up, she's a 10-year 4-H'er, but we only had her for 4 years. But if you run the math, we've had the family for 14 years. And that's Emma Verhey. Emma is off to go to Indiana State, and she's studying to be in nursing. So congratulations to Emma. Next up, so once again, you're going to hear some numbers here. Corbin Bullhofer, Derek and Gretchen, 20 years of that family. They had 10 with Peyton and 10 with Corbin. And Corbin's off to becoming a certified welder, and he's receiving a $1,000 check from the Dairy Booster Club. Next up, Caroline, Bob and Danya, the parents. We got 17 years of that family. And Caroline's off to Purdue and studying in communications, which to try and get 5 words out of her, you're lucky, but she's going to do this. So congratulations to Caroline. No Cece yet. There she is. Next, we'll go with Rylan Hamilton, John and Jody. He's a rookie, so we got 10 years of him, but it's the first generation is what we got. And Ryan is a very top-level mechanic working in McAllister's. And once again, we congratulate him for the $1,000 scholarship. Cece Pearl, John and Shauna. Cece's off to Purdue, learning for physical therapy. And we have 22 years with the Pearls when you start from Evan all the way to here. And last but definitely not least, we have Shelby Veldhuizen, Brent, and Donna. Shelby's off to Purdue, going to be in nursing also. And she is a second generation of 10-year dairy. So congratulations to Shelby. So once again, thank you each and every one of them for our show. We appreciate everything you all do. As you see, we try to keep it as a family. So please enjoy the rest of your fair. Thank you.